Alright, there we go. Hello. And welcome back to some good old game development. Hey, you sweeb, how's it going? Alright. I swear I'm awake. Just give me, like, half an hour to prove that. You cooking? You cooking food or you cooking something cool? I get messed up with these, like, turn of phrases that kids use nowadays. Oh, there was one I heard about recently, and I'm just like... I need to look into it, because I'm so confused if it's a real thing. I can't remember what it was, but I heard it the other day. And I feel so old every time that sort of thing happens, because I'm just like, I just don't consume the, like, constant drivel of, like, Instagram and TikTok and all that. So I get hugely behind on a lot of these things. And they just completely fall beyond my scoping. Some new slang? Yeah, there was some new slang that was said, and I can't remember what it was. Because I was not prepared for it to be slang. And it was a slang that didn't need to be replaced, but I guess it got replaced for some reason. I don't know what it was though. I would have to scour quite hard to go find it. I was born behind in that regard. I refused to make an Instagram account during high school and doomed myself. God, imagine having Instagram around during high school. That just feels foul. Like, I thought it was bad enough we had Facebook. Like, so I come from the era of, like, you were bullied if you weren't on Facebook, and if you were on Facebook, you would be bullied. Like, it was horrific. It was all about, like, collecting as many friends as possible as well at that stage, and just trying to show that you had a big friend group, but you didn't, because you literally accepted friend requests from people, like, in another country. Sometimes you can make me feel younger. I'm glad. I'm so glad for you. I mean, when I can easily say how, like, a good chunk of my schooling was, my early schooling was done without fucking YouTube even existing. Think about that. We still used VHSs in the goddamn schools. We had those old projectors. Wait. No. I need to talk about these projectors, because these projectors, like, nobody knows about these anymore. And I want to know. Like, I just want them known to exist. Right? Because, like, I will lose my mind if people forget these. So, we used to have, like, you'd have the thing you'd drop down. Right? The screen. And then you'd get then there was a projector you'd wheel in. And the projector basically was this big box. Like this. With an arm that would come up, go over the top of it, and then there was a bit here, like this. And what would happen is this is a giant light, and you would put your piece of paper on here with, like, the writing and stuff like that, and it would illuminate it up into this, which would have a mirror that would reflect it out onto this. And it was like, you had this on a big ass fucking set of wheels. Oh. Oh. I know that one. Hell yeah. I'm not too fucking far gone then. Yeah, that's what I learned with. Like, I learned through all of my primary school with that, pretty much. I looked at my primary school, like, earlier this year, and they've got, like, TVs in the classrooms and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? That's wild to have, like, a TV in the classroom now for this stuff. Like, I get it. I don't disagree with it, but, like, that's wild. But, you know, I remember having to, like, do presentations with this thing. Like, you would have to write up your things, you would have to print stuff out in pretty much black and white, because color doesn't really come through. And you would have to ensure that it looks good via the process, right? So you would go up and do that. Visiting schools after you're gone is a crazy experience. Oh yeah, no, it was wild seeing what's changed there. And like, it sounds worse, because like, I was going through and I'm like, oh, so that place is still there, that place is still there. Oh, like, you can't quite tell that a car was burnt on the premises here and it burnt down part of a building anymore. They removed a lot of, like, bush areas, which I was kind of a bit disappointed in. One of my favorite locations was what we used to have nicknamed the Wilderness, which was this large section in like a corner of the field that originally, again, I gotta stress this, originally it was actually fenced off. And it had a small pond, and it was basically all just bush. Like, you, I think, had a route around like this, and that was all you could walk through. Then they decided to clean it up a huge amount, got rid of a lot of the long grass and just left the trees. For the most part, and a few of the features and stuff like that. And they got rid of the pond. There was a few rocks around where it was, and there was like the ground was like just dirt. But like that's what they changed it to, and then they unfenced it off, and we could just go into it all the time. When I went back there this year, they've gotten rid of like half of the trees. They got rid of the flax bushes there. And they've got rid of like a lot of the main bush stuff that was there that we played in. And they trimmed down the trees that were remaining. And I was just like, wow, that's kind of sad. Like, again, from a standpoint of this is a primary school, so this is when you're dealing with like your first entry into education outside of like a kindergarten setting. So 5-year-olds and up. So I get like wanting to have better vision space of them, having less opportunities for them to have like falling off things or problems and breaking things, all that. But like, it kind of felt so sad to look at because it looked like this area just went super anemic, almost. So, I actually was really disappointed by that. And then like one of the other bush areas that was used for like when we'd have camps at school, that got cleaned up as well, because that was like that. Because this area got cleaned up, there was another area on the other side of the field that became the new, like, big bush area, and that got cleaned up now, apparently, which made me quite sad as well. It's even worse when you think that it happened because someone complained once, and that was it. I wouldn't even dispute that. Again, it's also that argument of, I don't disagree with the changes. Because again, keep in mind, I have a degree in education, so I can stand from both perspectives on this. I'm sad because I loved climbing trees when I was a kid. I loved being very active. I liked, like, all of that sort of stuff, because it was a very creative experience for me, because I would climb around a tree pretending it was a spaceship, or, like, a Mission Impossible thing, or, well, spy James Bond, I guess. But, like, those sorts of things. That's how I kind of saw that, and I enjoyed that. But there's also a lot of dangers that comes with that. Again, like, the playground we had was probably the best example I have of this. So the playground that's there now is the same playground that was built while I was at school. So they haven't changed it. It doesn't even look like they've, like, really improved it. So it means that it's quite old, sadly. But, like, the old one we had before it, like, the problem that came up from it, right, so if we just do this and this. So, I've got nothing against the new one, by the way. New one's fine. It's, kind of, like, caught into two sections, but it's all, like, bark in the area. The first section is kind of the younger section. There's not any slides, but there's, like, basically there's bridges you can run across, there's monkey bars, There's sliding things that go across, and like this sort of stuff. And then on this side, there's a slightly taller fort area. There's some like spiderweb stuff to go across. There's some more sliders. There's some more like a harder monkey bars section. Things like this, right? It's fine. It's perfectly a good thing. The thing is, what we used to have was, it used to be like, there's one big section that was like, so if this is what it is here, so we've got this, it wasn't bigger, what am I doing? I'm just gonna have to move it across to do the imagery for this. We had this one that had a giant ass fucking slide on it. This was 3 stories tall. It had a sliding pole here as well, so you would slide down the thing. It basically had like a way to get up here, and then a way to get up here, and then you had like a rock wall as well over here. And there was, I think, another thing to climb up here. And like people would climb up the slide, climb up the band pole, like all these sorts of things. We would do this. Then we had like logs stacked up on a thing, kind of like this. So it was like a triangle, like that. And they were like held together with a thing like that underneath it. So you could go underneath it, you could go between them, or that. The problem was people kept knocking their heads on these a lot of the time. There was monkey bars and there was a few other things. I can't remember it all too well. Again, you're trying to make me recall something that I was like maybe 6 or 7 years old. The problem was with this part here in particular, is why they had to change it, primarily. Because if this got wet, it got very, very slippery. And the problem is, when you've got a 3-story, or like 2-3-story tall, like it actually was the height of like a 2-story building, I want to say. Maybe even a 3, like not quite 3-story building, you know what I kind of mean with this. But like, could you spend that much time outside during school? Yeah, you could spend a lot of time outside during school. There was a lot of times where we could go out for just schooling reasons, but like we had plenty of stuff. I did a lot of, like again, I was a very active kid. Weirdly. Now look at me, I barely fucking go for walks now. But no, so when this would get slippery, it would be pretty dangerous, and a lot of us were stupid. So we would take the opportunity to like, start from this end and slide all the way across and then slide down the slide and get momentum. One of the kids one day slid off of it, fell off, like off to the side here, and they broke their arm. And this raised an immediate question, amongst like the, PDA, Parent-Teacher Association. Is this playground safe? And after reflection, they're like, no, that's not safe. There's not, like, good support in place. It's really, really tall, especially when you're dealing with, like, 5 to, like, I want to say 11, 12-year-olds. Like, it's in that range, right? You're dealing with 5-year-olds to, like, at most a 12-year-old. Within that section. That's probably too dangerous for them. So they did the big rework for it, and it took like quite a while, a few months. Now that's why I say, I agree with that decision. I was really upset by this when I was younger, because I missed the old playground. And the new playground, well, there was nothing really wrong with it. It's like, eh. I look back at it and I'm like, it was a good decision and I agree with it, but it sucks. But the wilderness change is the one that makes me the most sad, because I think that one is like, it takes away some of what made that school beautiful to me. Which was how like nature feeling it was. It doesn't help as well that, like, one of the fields that we had, because we had 2 fields, at this school. We had, so again, I'll draw this out and then I'll kind of explain the positioning. So this is like the main field, right? And this looks a little weird, but realize that basically all of this section here is a hill, right? And it's like going this way, so it's up there. The playground was here. So this was what we called the top field, and this is what we called the bottom field. The bottom field is where you played a lot of your sports. They've actually changed it a lot, so some of the sports you can't play there anymore. Because it used to be like 2 soccer fields, basically. Kind of like that, where those are the posts. And by the way, this is where the wilderness was, and down like here is where the other bushes. And like, I know some of this is behind me. This is where like some of the school buildings and pool was as well. And then there's a lot of school buildings off to the other side. Alright. So when I went back like a few years, like back when I was in high school, the upfield got turned into like courts and turf. So this is like now tennis courts and stuff. Hey Devil, how's it going? And that fucked me up. That really did fuck me up. Cause like I remember running around on this field and playing like cricket and shit. And now like down, instead of this on the bottom field, instead of this area being thing, this has now got a cricket thing there. So they basically have gone like, we'll only do one like soccer rugby field and a cricket field instead. Which like was weird. Also, funnily enough, by the way, while drawing all of this, there is like a section down here, which is where there's like a gate, and this is how I came to school. Because like, if we were to draw the grand scheme of things, keep in mind like, then we'd get to the actual school, which is fucking like twice the size of what I've just shown here. Like, the field and everything like that is massive. It's just not, like, everything. I still remember the layout of it pretty well. Like, I still remember when they added the new library as well. Because the old library used to be by the, I think it was what's now was class 14 or 13 or something like that. But like it was back over by the playground. Yeah, it was over by the playground. You can implement that as a map in the game? Oh my god, imagine. Just like a straight up school that you have to play in as a map. That actually sounds both amazing and fucking horrendous. But it's always fascinating to kind of have a look at some of this stuff. It was actually quite cool going back there, though, when I did go back there. Like, I got to meet with some of the staff that were there, and it was real funny as well, because, like, while I was there, and I was talking with one of the staff, she's like, oh, so you said you're an ex-student. How long ago was that? And I'm like, oh, it was a little while ago. And she's like, it was because you look, and I don't want to be mean by this, but you look very similar to my age. I'm like, okay, well, not to be rude, but how old are you? And it's like this. It's like, oh yeah, I'm older than you. And she just kind of blinks for a moment, and I blink for a moment, and we just laugh. And it's just like, man, that's actually fucking funny as hell. Like, that actually had me in fits. But yeah, no, it's because it was even, okay, this might also do a bit more emotional damage to me as well. They were working there late because they were getting some stuff sorted. And even funnier than that is that their kid was like there. And this is a kid that's like at the school, like, you know, he is a student there. And I'm sitting there like, damn, that is a hell of a bit of emotional damage to do to me. To have like I think it was like a 7 or 8 year old kid, and I'm just like, damn, I'm not prepared for this. Going straight to Moom Sprite. Oh yeah, so the main reason I'm on here is the Sprite, because I kind of wanted to show the progress I'd made with it. I've done a little bit more tweaking and touch up to it, trying to get it going. You look like a parent who went there for his kid. I honestly probably did, and that's why, like, nobody questioned me being there. Because, like, I just... Oh, good lord. I probably was just, like, walking around and looking like some fucking dad. And I'm like, damn, that's actually kind of sad. Because, yeah, like, I went well after school hours. I went like at, like, I think it was an hour and a half, 2 hours after the school closed, because I was like, I don't want to be there where there's kids there. I don't think that's appropriate. So I'll go in when it's basically quite calmed down and I can kind of walk around freely and not get involved with anyone. And it's like there's a handful of kids there and like, and parents, and none of them bat a fucking eye at me. And I'm like, damn, I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's fair, but yeah. But no, let's quickly just show the Sprite. Yeah, so we've only got the idle animation going so far. But there you go. A little bit of a jiggy for the idle Sprite. Now, before you ask, is any of the other Sprite done? That's your answer. You're so lazy that you only made an idle animation between all the streams. I know, right? How dare I? Ugh. Let's ignore all of the other work that I've done on the project. In fact, let's just remind ourselves, yeah, that's about right. Oh, God. Show your wallpaper to the class, exactly. It's like, I mean, it's the accurate thing, right? But no, I'm pretty actually happy with how the mermaid sprites come out. It's, like, it's a nice surprise with how, like, nicely it's kind of resolved. Okay, what was I working on last? I was working on the UI stuff further, yeah. Okay, so let's get this done. Because I want this to work so I can, do some testing. So, I need to remember where I'm at with it. Because it's been, like, 2 days since I worked on this. Alright, so currently there is no UI turning up. Why is it not turning up? Is it positional data is the problem? Let's try this, because this should make it turn up in the middle of the screen. It is not turning up. Okay, cool. So then I'm going to do the next check thing, which is... seeing if this is even triggering. Okay, it's triggering, so I know that's happening. So what have I potentially done wrong here? Okay, no. We don't need this active right now. All my data here is correct. Why is it not triggering? I actually have more on it. God, wait, I actually thought, yeah. Yeah, I was that moronic. Okay. I was very clearly tired when I drew that, wrote that up. Cool. I'm actually just disappointed in myself there. Do you want me to explain my very basic mistake? Just so to remind people that everyone makes very basic mistakes and you should check for those when you're doing stuff like this. I'm now doing 40k army building as I listen to you in the background, so speak. Alright. For loop. For loop, you have your variable initialization, you have the conditional check to basically see whether or not you've met the condition to try and run the iteration, and then after that iteration runs, you run whatever is in that last section, be it J++, which is what normally I have for things, to just push it further, right? Okay, cool. What I had, for example, it was I is greater than this value, which will never occur. So it would, yeah. It would just basically not run the for loop. The other way around. Is what I needed to do. I need to have the value is less than this value, so it means that it can get up to that thing. Because otherwise it's immediately met as conditionally correct, and then it's just gonna not bother to run the code. French word there, not be confused by the Italian code thing. Spaghetti, yeah. A classic, to be honest. Yeah, no, it's one of those ones where, like, I'm looking at that, I'm like, I must have written those for loops when I was a little tired and didn't think at all. Like, that's the only way I can see that being the case. I'd like to think so, anyway. Okay, so now I have to switch all of this up to being corrected. Okay. It's a lot higher than I thought it would be. What happens if I remove a U from the equation again? How is it drawing this high up? The gap shouldn't be that much. It's 5 pixels. What? Am I mispositioning data? Why does the Y feel like so high up on the thing? That feels very strange. But yeah, by the way, how you going, Roger? As I try my best to continue to wake up. Whoa. Oi, oi, oi. I swear I'm awake. Good lord, I feel so groggy this morning. Yeah, why is that so far up? The reason why I'm being confused at the moment with how this is so far up, by the way, is I'm drawn to the UI space. So that means I'm not actually using world space, I'm using basically this top corner here you visually see is always 0, 0 for the drawing that I'm doing right now. So I don't have to do weird accommodation for the UI moving. I'm pretty sure right now, this should be at the Y position, which is the exact bottom of the fucking screen. Which means we shouldn't even see it. It should be currently off screen. I'm actually just gonna hard code it for a moment and see what happens. So that's the whole space. So that probably doesn't even work. Yeah, so it's gone. So I need to bring up viewport 0. So if I take this and now I apply this bullshit to it, what happens? Do we start to see it? Is it pulling the 600 value and not the 768 value? Yeah, okay, that's what's actually happening. Why? Why is it pulling that value and not the other one? That's very strange. Wait, where have I misattributed the... So I do camera get view height. What is the variable for that? Let's look at the fucking manual. So what would I want instead then if I don't want the height in pixels of a given camera? Note, this function is only valid for cameras created using or for those added in the room editor. Yeah. No, I know. So, camera and viewports. So, the problem we have is that what we want is not what we're getting currently. Is we want viewport properties height, not camera properties height. Because I think that's the problem we've got at the moment. Because there is a discrepancy between those on purpose. What's this one? This function we use to retrieve the height of the given viewport. So, this is where I'm now really fucking confused, because I'm pretty confident this is what I'm sure I'm supposed to be using to get the other variable that we're currently getting. No? No. Viewport properties is this. Okay. So no, that is what we're supposed to be doing. So, okay. Instead of camera get view height, we need to run view get H port. Okay, so then for getting this variable, we need viewport. The viewport is target, so we just need to, instead of do view camera, we just return 0. Does this solve our problem? And is this something that I have been dealing with and didn't realize I've been dealing with? Because this would be the same for the health bar, is it would be using this problem as well. Which is why it's always been like really weirdly high up on the screen, I think. Yep. Okay. That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay. Well, that solves that issue then. And that just means I need to use this in here as well for... Oh god, because I'm putting it in... Yeah. So that would be the correct one. This would be the wrong. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh. Okay, so now, yeah, now that's real fucking in the corner. Okay. That's fine. We can, again, now that we know that this is an issue, the issue that I had, and I don't know why I didn't remember, it's on me. I think it's because when you're dealing with the code in the world space, you use the other one, and I did that so often I haven't worked in UI for too long. Okay. So that means what we can do is oh, no, that is a comment. And that is a comment as well. Okay, so this might be interesting. I want to see how this looks, because this shouldn't do anything at the moment. It's the weapons that we're going to see this do stuff to. Alright. Unknown object items, other. Should it not be able to respond to the fact that it's the player? Yeah, it recognizes context. Wait, what? Unknown variable object is not set. Items. Oh no, am I having chase code? I mean, I can solve this with, some stuff done. Maybe they'll fix it. See what happens if I, like, hard code it there. If this still doesn't work, then that's really concerning, because it, in the code, is registering that it's where it's supposed to be. Like, in the code, it's recognizing the, context. Why is it not recognizing the context in runtime? Okay. So this isn't recognizing the code in runtime, which means that all of the things I did were useless. Okay. That's really confusing, because this should be able to pull other as player. Wait, ID instance weapons items display. Yes, that's the low. Wait. What? Am I misreading this? So the self should lock it to this struct. Fuck, I'm really super tired, so... Maybe you changed something while you're tired. Maybe, but I think I'm just misunderstanding what was going wrong there. And this should solve it. Like, this should basically circumvent that problem. Yeah, there you go. It circumvents the problem completely. Forceful interaction instead of supposed interaction. It's technically the only difference with this is I'm passing through one little bit more of data, so it's not per se inefficient. It's the problem is this is a draw step event, so this is every frame this is triggering. Which is something I don't like. I would prefer not to have to trigger more things on step events than I have to, but if this is just going to be how this is. It's because all it's doing different is sending a reference, then using the reference versus just having a reference. So it's like, it's minuscule data difference. Very, very minor. Still sucks though. Okay, so now we need... lines to equal... weapon amount... greater than 6. Is... lines... wait, no, it'd be... can I just reset from here? I mean, if I'm gonna hold the Y value separately, then I wouldn't need to reset the lines thing, so... yeah, we should just do this. I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna do a ternary operator this time. And I probably should do a ternary operator for the previous one. And what I'm gonna do also here is... minus equal instead. And then I can take away all of this weird jank shit here. And have it just this. And then realistically, what I'm going to be doing is exactly what we did before again. Except this time, we're going to be doing it with weapon amount as the variable here. And instead of this, it's weapons. So this means that we should now turn up with, in the game, 2 things. 2 rows. One of the slots might be empty, though. The first slot of the weapons might just be, like, blank. It's not there. Which is actually a best case scenario if we see that. Underscore YY. Oh yeah, I haven't switched over YY to be normal Y. There we go. Oh, good lord. So what's everyone been up to today? Yes! Exactly how I want it to be. Was riding a bike. Nice. Any particular reason you were riding your bike, or just felt like it? It got fixed, so I went into the forest and rode around. That's fair. Oh yeah, so it's finally like fixed and not fucked up like it was before? Also saw deer and boars. Good lord, I'd not fuck with the boars, I'll say that now. What did I name for the weapons? Icon. It is just icon. Let's see, I've been balking. Oh, working, not balking. No, you're balking on 2 projects, but now I'm speedrunning a career in Uma Musume because I've not been playing the past few days. Hell yeah. Coaster turned to pin, get fixed, but it does, work now, and I can ride it again. That's good. No, I mean, that's always good. I should probably get mine updated as well. Yay! The whip icon turns up. That's fucking sick. Ooh. But yeah, no, good old Uma Musume. So it's fun. It's real fun. Just, it's nice, silly times as well. No, that looks fucking awful like that. I mean, I could make a setting that's like UI transparency as an actual just straight up setting. And have some base values and then have some modifiers to them. That's based on that. So like no matter what you can kind of see through them, but like on if you're like wanting to really see through them, I can add a slider for that. That wouldn't be too obscene. I just need to set up a variable for it. That's it, really. Okay, so this is the hard part with the slots. Because I want to draw, so it would be 2. And then I'm going to want to draw this with modifiers. So this will be x minus 5, y minus 5. And then width plus 10 plus 10. Would this work? The most lazy way of potentially approaching this, but like, will this work? Especially knowing I'm gonna have to make these not magic numbers at some point, keep that in mind. I see what happens. I forgot the rule. There we go. I can't believe I forgot bed mass. Y'all remember bed mass? Quick, quiz time. What does bed mass mean? Who remembers it? First one to answer gets a fucking golden star. Don't Google it. Answer off your own head. If I think you've Googled it, you're getting a fucking bonk. You're getting punishment. No idea. Come on, people. This is an important one. This is like one of the big math things that exists. So my chat broke again. I don't care about your praise, false good. Keep your star. Do you mean God? Because I am false good. I can give you that one. I'm not even sure I understood how it's called. Bed mass. So Bedmass. Let's... Bedmass. What does it stand for? Given the context... Come on, surely with the context of it being math related you can get there. This is like one of the most essential things, especially as a programmer. Alright, well, looks like we're having a little quick teaching session then. So this is a very important thing. So this Bedmass is the order of operation for mathematics. So why does this matter? So order of operation is the order in which you do mathematical equations. So if I gave you the equation 2x plus 5. I'm just using a very basic one. We're not actually solving this. But then I also have, like, say, plus 5 here. You've got an issue. Okay, so how do I solve this? Do I solve this left to right? No, you don't. We go through in a very specific order. The order of operations. So how we handle them, actually I'm going to do the full thing for this, by the way. So we need every single form of equation put into this. I'm just doing basic ones so I can kind of do this easily. Brackets, exponents, divisions, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Correct. So, let's go through it. Bracket, exponent, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. So how you normally do it is how you break this down is you go, okay, what do you have in front of you? Oh, you have brackets here. So we deal with this first. So we go and basically result in having 2x plus 10. Then we deal with exponents. Okay, so that means we've got this one next. Which this is, luckily enough, again, I kind of chose very basic equation. Then we go to division. We've got this one, which is 2. Then we deal with multiplication. Technically, we kind of have... We just call it order of operations. So it is just called order of operations. However, Bedmass is the acronym for remembering it. Because why am I saying Bedmass constantly? And why am I saying, like, the brackets thing? That's why it's bedmass. Language thing doesn't make it work in Poland. That's fair. I get that. I get that. But yeah, that's why we get taught bedmass a lot. At least in Western thing, is because obviously this just all lines up and it's correct. It's one of the most popular acronyms when it comes to this stuff, and it's extremely important to remember this when it comes to programming, because this is actually essential. Because you have two ways a program's going to approach things. And this is Game Maker actually does this, right? I read it's a common in Canada and New Zealand. US uses PEMDAS. Yeah, PEMDAS is the other one. I don't like PEMDAS as much. It just feels... I feel this one is easier to, like, understand. Personally. Because, like, it explains exactly what it is. But I know PEMDAS is another one, yes. There's also another one, I think it's, there's something similar. It's because, yeah, PEMDAS is because they're not calling it brackets, they're calling them parentheses in that argument, if I remember correctly, right? What was the other one? It's bedmass versus bodmass. That's right, bodmass. What was O in that one? Brackets, orders, yeah, no, I like bedmass way more. Now that may be a personal bias, but hey. But no, when it comes to programming, this is extremely important because, so GameMaker has a ruling where it will sort of do this, sort of not. Most coding languages will kind of softly follow parts of bedmass. However, the main one they'll always rule to is, brackets. Maybe hierarchy. I know I've heard it called, hierarchy of operations. Or just, yeah, something similar to that. It's one of those ones that, like, it does depend where you are, and, like, it is a mildly cultural thing, but I would also argue it's, like, it's a universal concept that pretty much everywhere has something similar. But no, programming has a rule where it will always follow at least the brackets aspect of things. It won't follow much else. Some languages will follow bedmass pretty strictly. Some will do it in order of appearance. GameMaker's a bit touch and go with it, which is why you see me using brackets probably more often than I need to. Purely because of that mentality where, like, it's best to do it. It's just best to do it. But that's kind of what fucked me up a second ago there, was it was actually following order of operations, so it was doing the division before the addition. Which meant that, like, this was resulting in 10 divided by the width plus this, which was not what we want. The concept itself is fundamental regardless of how we call it, yeah. I will always use bedmass as how it is, because I think it uses words, for the most part, that are easier and more, like, attachable to the things. Like, bodmass is probably the easier one to say, because exponent is probably quite a complex word for a lot of people. However, I don't attach the word order to what you normally do with that. Which, reminder, exponent or order is, like square or, stuff like that. Like, 2 squared. That is, it got the exponent of a square. I think you can summarize it as basically it's that number that normally is like above the line. Like above where everything else is written. Or arrowed. I don't believe in Game Maker you can write an exponent. I think you actually have to set it up yourself. I know there's a... I think there's a fucking function for it, though. Yeah, yeah, so there's square and there's square root are functions. Alright. I know that looks really shitty at this point, having it like a fucking chocolate block of things down here, but for now, that gives us what we want. Which is it visually displaying which things are equipped. That's the most important part of that. I still don't like that it's like slightly off. So this is the problem with what I'm working with, which is that unless I do weird nine slicing, this is probably never gonna look right. Because what I mean by 9 slicing is this system here. So 9 slicing is actually really cool, by the way. I've shown this plenty of times before, but I love always kind of like pointing back to how good this is. So if I like drag an object and resize it, right? You can see here, like this is what it will look like when it's getting resized. I can change the 9 slicing position here. And if I then rearrange it, it's hard to quite tell. If I activate it, it should come through a bit more obviously. It's really hard to tell on that frame. I wish I could change the frame inside of this representation. Oh, cool, I can. There we go. Do you see how now this is moving instead? Oh, actually, this frame will be better to show it. Do you see how, like, the edges are now moving? They're, like, aren't moving, but the internal is? With the visual aspect of this? That's what 9 slicing achieves. So it means when I scale an image, it scales everything inside of this 9 slice range. The rest of this doesn't get scaled. We can probably get away with this, actually. I'm gonna try seeing what this looks like if I do it this way. It might require some adjustment. Because the slot is designed very particularly. So I should be able to get away with it a little bit. But yeah, that's 9 slicing. It's a very important tool for a lot of things. Very, very essential for doing like great UI work, primarily. But it's used for a lot of other stuff. Oh, that looks That looks fine, actually. It looks better. Doesn't change too much. I'm pretty content with that. But yeah, you can do all sorts of stuff like inverted overlay architecture, slice, selected slice, tiling mode as well, which is dangerous to fuck around with that too much. But 9 slice is really, really cool. It is purely for when you're doing resizing stuff though. If you're resizing something and you don't need like a border to it or something to stay consistent, I do not recommend touching it with a 10-foot pole though, because it can just warp your images a lot and result in a poorer quality of design. Like, it's best when you're dealing with like UI and you have a border like what you have with this image here. It's the best way to kind of view it. Oh, good lord, I just had a really, intense click noise from my chest. Good stretch. Make sure to remember to stretch. Alright. We have basic weapon display now, or like equipped stuff display. Which is relatively important. Alright, what do I want to work on next? Because that was one of the main things I needed for both debugging and just future setting up. Again, soft reminder that, like, I kind of want to redo a lot of the assets, and this is not how I want this to look long-term. I will probably shrink these down. I also need to make it so they're not hard-coded variables, because, if I augment the size or shaping of the game, that could warp that UI, like, in a horrendous... Actually, do you want to test that? What's the command to enable enable ability to full screen? I think I can just do it in the settings. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we can resize, so we can actually really break this game quickly. Notice, got a notification that Doug programmed 3 deranged AIs and made them play D&D with him. Oh no! That sounds horrible and amazing. Okay, if I do this... No, it's pretty strict code-wise with my viewport. Doesn't look like I'm augmenting the UI space. Maybe I can leave it. Maybe I can. Know what I'm watching with breakfast tomorrow? Hell yeah. Huh. I'm actually a little surprised that that's not getting warped at all. I clearly undervalue UI space being just basically, it is a set space, so, you know. I can use magic numbers there. I can't complain. The only way I can probably not use magic numbers is if I have UI scaling. Which even then, I feel like I can use magic numbers, but just have a scaling ruler to it. Which I don't think I'm gonna be doing. I think doing... This is where we start getting to this argument. Would the game benefit from a UI scaler? Yes. Every game would benefit from UI scaling. Every game would benefit from a lot of those sorts of tools. How much would people benefit from it based on how much work would be required to put it in? When I'm not even close to releasing this game, and I'm so far away from being able to even do settings yet, it's not worth it. But it is a thing to, like, consider long term. There's a reason why I have in the back of my head one accessibility feature I kind of want to add at some point is weapon opacity. Because what happens if you've got multiple players and the weapons are just filling up the fucking screen? Like, you actually can't see shit anymore? That's probably bad. So, adding an opacity aspect to that, probably a wise idea. Allows the player to see things just a little bit better. And that can be quite useful. But I've not implemented it yet, nor do I intend to do it in the near future. Ugh. 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 Yawning. Tired. Excitement. What else do I want to do? If my visually impaired grandma would be willing to test out how good the weapon opacity helps her see, I'll let you know the results. Hell yeah. So, the other benefit I have, though, with how I've done this is I'm pretty sure if I go, say, this is too much, right? The size of these is too much. I'm pretty sure I can just type it here. And it shifts the entire thing to being smaller. The problem is this might fuck up with... Yeah, that's the one fear. Okay. If I reduce its size too much, the brackets thing that we just did with the 9 slicing gets inverted into being a bigger problem than previously. Maybe I might just straight up have to make a different sprite and make that same, like, that border, but with it being bigger than 64. Just so we can get, like, what we kind of want out of it. Admittedly, I think the UI needs to be a little bit bigger than this. Again, like, if I just show this here. I think that's way too small for a lot of this. I think the health orb needs to be just a bit bigger, and I think this stuff over here needs to not be so clumped up in one location. And I think that's just genuinely, like, that needs to be the case. This is not acceptable. Yeah, I've been avoiding that dude for that reason. At some point, I'll fix that. But that's like sizing UI and getting it all like cleaned up and everything, and that's why I'm like, that's really low priority for me right now. Like, super fucking low priority, and I don't want it to sound like I don't care about it. It's not that I don't care about it, it's that it actively isn't worth doing at the moment. Doing too much UI work this early on can potentially lock me in a way that's not helpful for the rest of the game. So we need to avoid that. So what else do I want to do then right now? What were my plans for today? Where are we at? We're at nearly 2 hours. Probably not going to get the other thing done, but I can make an effort for it. Like, yeah. Let's get started on this next thing that I was gonna do. Okay, what was her full name again? What is Mume's full name? It's a Bahamium. Please tell me I wrote the full name. Thank God I wrote the full name there. Right. So now we have a thing for that. Let's go to character assets and let's create group. There we go. Mume. Exactly. We need to create a sprite. And it's gonna be called SP Mume, because I'm gonna be lazy and she's gonna just call Mume in the code. Edit image. Now, call me on this if you will. I'm only going to do the idle animation getting put into the game, not the run animation, because we don't have the run animation done yet. And I kind of want to just start getting this testing done. And this is what I used to do a lot more than you might realize. There was a very long time that the game only had the idle animation for like 2 characters and nothing else in the game. So now I will have to call it idle, but I'm also going to need to look up the FPS. It's FPS of 3. There we go. Okay, let's go back to the characters, and we're just gonna dump her idle, animation into both points. I'm not gonna change her sprite scale for the moment, and then her weapon. I need to go get her weapon. Where did I write the code for the weapons again? And it's Honeyed Claw, that's Iron Mike, and his anonymous feather! And it's written in the old way, so it means I have to redo a shitload of stuff. Okay, where is, cooldown is 7 seconds, and it is value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Value 4, value 5 need to be changed. Value 4 and value 5. Where is value 5? There. I think that should be everything. There. Because everything else uses passed-through values. Alright, cool. So that should mean we could toggle to Mume if we want to. Genuinely that easy. Like, that easy. Now, again, this will get more complex when I start having more than just weapons in there, as well as weapons that I've already built. But this should indicate exactly what I mean when I say these characters are going to progressively get easier and easier to make as time goes on and I have more stuff to work from. And it means I can spend more time making the characters slightly more unique and more interesting and pushing boundaries more than what I had currently. Now, trying to think, how do I want to handle this next bit? So, we're now at the stage where there's kind of like two things I need to work on, and it's not wrong to work on either first. I need to decide how I want to approach it, though. Do we add the architecture fully for leveling up things? Which I've already added a bunch of, and I can't remember if I did this on stream or not. But this is like a very basic level of what I should need for doing my leveling up based on what I've already done in the previous game. There's a couple of things I'll need to do, though. Yeah, I have to wonder. I have to wonder. Sorry, I'm currently doing like... So, there's a lot of things that are going to level up very different ways. So, what I mean by this is some of the weapons, for example, very linear in how they level up, is I just change the value in the thing, and it's fine, because the weapon's already triggering, it's got a cooldown, it's repeating the process every time it needs to. And when it fires the weapon, it pulls all the information it requires at that moment. So it will pull out all of the data about, like, this is the damage it should do, this is the yada yada yada, right? Great. Love that. That's how it should be. The thing is, for example, Mumei's passive, Forgotten Poem, I believe it is that when it upgrades, it just gives you more stats. So how do I want to handle that? And I'm currently going through the process of how best to approach an effect that, because there's multiple effects that are going to be like this, where it's like, I don't actually want it to re-trigger, per se, every time the thing. So I can't just use anything that doesn't have a cooldown re-triggers unless I make that a rule, or I write another piece of code that basically denotes, hey, this needs to be re-triggered on level up. Now, that becomes the question. I need to look at every single fucking ability I've done to this point and decide what that actually means. Like, what is the correct way to do this? So let's actually just go actually look at our old project quickly, and think about every single one that's in there and how it needs to be approached. So every single one that just gives stats, every single one that creates it, like, we're mainly looking at items primarily here. Items, passives, and abilities. So we need to look at characters and items. Those are the two lists that we need to look at right now. Could I repeat? What part do you need me to repeat? The whole thing? Because the shorthand of it is... I need to figure out how I'm triggering stuff off of a level up. A weapon is easy because the weapon just gains stats and the weapon is inherently re-triggering as needed. Like, it will re-trigger and it will pull the stats on the trigger point. What about an ability that doesn't have a re-trigger? What about an ability that doesn't have a cooldown? Do I just say, oh, it doesn't have a cooldown, re-trigger it when you level it up? Or do I do something slightly different? Like, that's kind of where I'm at with this. So I'm going to look through the old project, look at every one of my items, ability, like all of my non-weapon skills, and decide whether or not there is a nice, consistent way of approaching this problem that feels good, or do I need to start making a couple of, like, unique rules for the given context? So I don't care about weapons, I don't care about the systems, don't care about the camera, nor the drops, nor the pickups, nor the testing, nor the UI, nor the scripts, nor the enemies, nor the test dummy. I care about player characters, upgrades, and items. Player... items. Items, equipment. Alright, so here is a great example of one of the ones I'm talking about, where this doesn't have a cooldown. So, the question is begged how I want to do that. Very distracted because I'm also playing, but it sounds like one of those implementation problems that could be very efficiently solved with a hash map. Maybe. Maybe. I wouldn't... maybe? I mean, I'd basically be... it's just enum at that point, right? Which is kind of what I had before. Is I have, like, trigger type, and then I have a trigger type that is like, oh, this is on level up, it does a thing. Yeah, see, on leveled, this will trigger. Okay, let's look at all of the ones that don't have a cooldown and see if I have a nice way of approaching it. Because, like, okay, so Demon Blood, it is a thing that's gonna, so in our version of the new version of the game is going to push this to your trigger list. This will go through your list, and it will be an on damage deal self trigger. When I level it up, I can just put the value into the object and not have to re-trigger it, because I'm going to be having it inherently pulling the data from the object itself. So this doesn't need a reset. However, I can do a reset with it, because what I could do instead then is have the variable data held on the trigger, so it's technically referencing less often, which is slightly more efficient, but it means that every time this levels up, I have to purge it. So I have to write in the code, if this exists in the array, delete this fucking thing. And then put this into the array. Is that better? Potentially, yes, because that means I'm only having to get the referential data potentially 5 times, instead of having to re-reference potentially hundreds of times. So that might actually just be a better choice. Speak of the Devil is again, so this is, technically it is a cooldown object, because it is constantly updating a variable architecture. It is taking stats and adding stats based on those stats. As a reminder, this basically takes your armor and your regen and gives you area value based on that. So this one's a cooldown, so this doesn't get affected. Once it's first triggered, it's done and dusted. Because all of them will have it, so when they're level 0, they get triggered for their first time to force them to be activated. Forgotten Poem. So this is where we come to our first, like, very obvious argument with this. I could have this completely restructured, so it has a variable and it has an increase amount instead of what we have here. And it means that whenever I would level it up, it would remove the previous amount and add the new amount. That would not be hard. Because all I would probably do, realistically, in the code, actually, is just have... Unless I want to... no, I kind of probably want to have the room to be able to have a higher base value and then a slower growth. So I'll have the base value and then a growth value. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Okay. Depths is another cooldown based one. Mothaholic. This requires leveling up to matter. But it requires any time you level up to matter. So this one would probably be handled inside of trigger stuff. Yeah, like, Mothaholic's probably one of the more complex ones for the situation, because it's like, where do we go with it? There's so much going on in this one. What are the approaches to handling Mothaholic? Because Mothaholic is where, you gain bonus stats based on your player level, and based on the level of the item is what stats you gain, as well as additional factors if you're playing as Juniper. So, if we were to have that architecture in place, this means by nature it should be a trigger event. Yeah, by nature it should be a trigger event. By nature, it should be a trigger event on level. Because I'm gonna have to make an on level up trigger event for stuff anyway. Because there's a couple of other things that are gonna use that. I think Mume even has a passive that uses it. I think her passive actually is that, isn't it? Isn't it a vacuum effect? I'm pretty sure when she levels up, she gains like... Oh no, she gains pickup range, I think. I think that's what her kit was. I'd have to look. Because how would you hold the information? Because I go through and I have the value removed from it, so each time I do this. So... if I was to remove this trigger, how would I do? You'd have to have a function for removing the trigger for this one, which is purge its status effect gains. And then we go through and put it back in to the level up. So we would have to have, yeah, there'd have to be a hold value that we remove each time. So the easiest answer is to just have it as a trigger and have it remove and add, and just accordingly deal with the trigger. Yeah, okay, that's probably the case then. Gumichao is cooldown based. Download RAM is when this levels up, so again, still kind of following the same thing. Another cooldown based one. Reflection is a cooldown based trigger stuff. Timeline binding is also, I mean, it's cooldown for the most part. It has a passive element to it. I can probably have... This is a question. Do I want to have, like, an on... no. I don't think I do. I don't think that's good. Bug. Again, it's on-leveled. Trigger type for Hellhound Heart is... It just basically is a weapon. Realistically. Bag of Holding is an on-leveled effect. Croaky Eye is an on-leveled effect, if I recall. No, it's the same as, it's the same as fucking, Armors. It's like got an aspect of it. Lap pillow is another cooldown based one. Which pretty much most of that's going to be copied anyway, because I think I did that more or less. Lap pillow is, I mean, it only has one level, right? It doesn't have a furthering level up. Clip that is a cooldown based one as well. And then Grandpa's deck is a cooldown based one, but it's a fucking mess that needs to be recoded from the ground up. Okay, so I think, based on what I'm seeing, at least with the items in consideration, we should probably be able to get away with if I just say denote it as a -1 cooldown, so it doesn't have a cooldown. We just trigger it every time we level up, and we code it in accordance with that being the case. Okay, so let's look at this one. So this one is Demon's Voice. Oh no, that's the EX, I think. Yeah, I think that's the old EX. So Demon's Echo is the other thing. Alright, King of ASMR. This is the slow field, so that's a cooldown based one. We don't really need to interact with that, because that's just realistically it'll act like an actual cooldown. I don't think that's how I have it here though. So that's something that will change. Yeah, it's because it's just the area increases. Okay. Yeah, it's more or less treated like Iron Mike will be, except it doesn't deal damage. Clan of Kindred pushes values to the drop thing. Again, easy enough to make it so when we do this, it purges the previous and adds the new. And it means less referential information, so it's less laggy. Okay, then we've got Iron Mouse. Hell's Bells is... what is Hell's Bells one again? It's when you receive, so this is a trigger event. This is, again, one that I feel we could easily have it just purge itself and add itself again. And it wouldn't be a bad thing. Satanic Resilience is on level up. That's not a problem. Oh, that does require on level up after, for some of it. Oh, I mean, this is actually super easy, because I can just make it so it removes its previous heal, like, base health regen it gives you the new amount, and then, removes the trigger and re-adds the trigger. Yeah, I see no problem with that. Okay, cool. Juniper, we have Huntable with Baby Ma. God, that one's a mess, but it's still just kind of a cooldown. It's a summon, if anything, actually. So that requires summon architecture to be done. Moth Numies is a trigger event. That's simply it. That's a trigger event. Mary. Mini Marys is a buff cycle, so it's a cooldown. Yep. Ink Doggos was an on-kill effect, so it's a trigger. Kason, Gang Grit's an on-hit one, I believe. Yeah, on taking damage. And then Hostess was when you're out of combat, it does this effect. And then it's a cooldown. Again, I think number 1 Hostess might get changed. I'm trying to remember what I was changing it to. I have it written down somewhere. I think it's literally she gains, like, is it healing based off missing health or something? Alright, this is way too far. I'm looking for my soft rework stuff that I was doing. Yeah, gain healing and based on missing health was what I had it as instead. Which I think that's just better. better for the kit, little less thematically cool, but, like, it works. Aura stuff was, stuff that needed a huge amount of work to fix up. Rambit is a summon. It will probably be easy enough to have it as just a re-trigger event. Like a re-trigger event to just reset the stats on Rambit. Have it basically, the code will be equivalent to how Iron Mike is done, where it's basically, if this object doesn't exist, do this, otherwise, like, if it doesn't exist, create the object, if it does exist, re-input the data onto the object. Ram snacks. This was a replacement effect. So again, this can be yeah, I'm thinking the more I'm looking at it, I'm thinking it's literally just non-cooldown things get a re-trigger. As a replacement for the trigger event. I think that's how we handle it. Okay, so we're going to have to, handle it like this, where what we're gonna do is then we're gonna go, if cooldown equals -1, then we trigger the function. And then yeah. Because technically, per se, this isn't actually leveling up, this is just upgrading the skill. I'm gonna have another function wrapping this, which is the level up, and it's gonna handle a lot more of the, it'll handle the actual leveling up stuff, because this means I can just upgrade a skill. This means that the skill goes up in power. So I might even not call it skill level. It's skill level because it's leveling the skill. It's not leveling up, though. That's the biggest change that I'm going to be making with this, is I'm separating those out. It means that I can just, yeah, straight up give you levels to your skill without giving you player levels. And triggering, like, player leveling up things inside of the skill leveling up. That was the biggest thing. Okay. So, struct cooldown owner. So, we're going to... Interesting. The new cooldown const is this. And then what we do is method call function and then just arg. Okay, cool. So we then just do that. Should do it, right? chunk arcs. Cool. There we go. Don't say stuff if you don't want to, but did you see the new Meat Canyon video about... No, I have no idea. I know of Meat Canyon. I don't know about what that is. Oh, I think I saw it in passing. Yeah. I don't think I've actually watched the video, and I've got, like... Cause, yeah, the video is called, like, the streamer is never wrong, or whatever. I'm so tired at this point of it. Like, can we actually go 3 weeks without having to try and make Pirate Software one of the worst people in the world? Or out to be the worst person in the world? I don't give a shit what your opinion is of the man. It's just, at this point in time, it's depressingly obsessive, and... it's just like, look, if he's really actually a problem... Like... Okay, this is where I actually give a little bit of credit to humanity. If Pirate Software was an actual problem, like genuinely, and he is as bad of an individual as people are making him out to be, very likely everyone will catch on and he would lose his community and people will leave. So stop doing all of this bullshit, because, like, if it is true, just let it happen. Let him die off and no one will fucking know and care. No, if you're caring so much to constantly berate, like, that shit, then that's probably indicating that they're actually a lot more secure than you are, and you're probably a lot less, like, confident in yourself. Just don't bother. 70% drop in subs, if I remember right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the stats. I know he had, like, a massive drop, but also keep in mind he does, like, subathon things, or, like, big, bursts at a time, because he had a huge... He did, like, another hype train effort recently, so there's a chance that, like, if you're pulling a massive drop in those percentages, there's also a chance that, like, you're not reading that context. Because, like, that, again, that's that, argument of it's like, oh, games don't sell during, like, January, right? And people make an argument, all the games that come out in January are bad. It's like, no, it's because January is the worst time to sell a game because everyone spent a shitload of money during Christmas time and they just kind of want to fucking chill out and they've already got, like, games they bought during Christmas to play. It is a terrible time to sell a game. That's not to say that, like, it's that same sort of idea. Correlation versus causation sort of stuff. Like, I'm dreading looking at the Meat Canyon video, because, like, I've never been a huge fan of some of his, like, humor and content. It makes me very uncomfortable, personally, and that's fine. Again, people enjoy it. I have nothing against that. I'm speaking like, purely from personal opinion. And it's very clearly I'm not the kind of audience, so to see one on that, you know what, fuck it. I'm not one to really enjoy doing React Andy content, but, like, I feel like there's a relevant argument here for, like, content creation in general, talking around this stuff. Like, I will, to the end of days, be, like, very disappointed in people when it comes to a lot of these sorts of things. Okay. Pause my music. So this is the one here. From me, Canyon. It's only 3 minutes long, so I can kind of justify sitting the time down to watch this quickly. Like, again, I'm not to say that Pirate Software is right or wrong all the time. He definitely fucks shit up a lot. But, ugh.
Yeah, Chad, so today I was supposedly cursed. I saw this woman breastfeeding her child in a non-optimal way, so being the kind man I am, I showed her how to do it correctly. I told her you should have the child latch at a 30-degree angle.
Okay, that's already too much for me. That's just fucking... Irregardless if it's got something to do with Pirate Software, that's just... yeah, that's not my humor. I'm not gonna watch that. Like, I think I've even seen, like, I couldn't even watch the one where it's, like, other ones around it. Putting foot in your mouth? Yeah. Oh, again, I 100% will agree that, like, Thor has a tendency to put his foot in his mouth. Right? But, like, the issue you've got, right, is it's just, he has a curse put on him, for this to happen to him literally. It kind of feels like that sometimes, I'll be honest. I don't think he deserves as much hatred towards him as he's getting. Again, but I'm also someone that likes to spread some form of positivity with things. I try and give the benefit of a doubt and look at the positive side of things more often. I don't know. Like, it's one of those things that I think realistically, in my opinion, this is me being very careful with how I phrase this, I think the biggest problem Thor has is that he is so confident and sure in himself that if he does make a mistake, often he might not see it immediately. And that's okay-ish. He does apologize. This is the problem a lot of people have, is that they don't bother to see the apology. They just see the fuck up and then they don't bother with other things. And then, like, the other point is, it's like something is done and dusted. Like, I still see the WoW shit pulled up, right? Where, like, he messed up a pull or something like that. And he yelled at people and they yelled at him, and it just turned into a very toxic situation, and it just went downhill very quickly. Now, again, he has apologized for it somewhat. Again, his apologies tend to be kind of a bit on the poor side. But he has attempted, and it's now at a point where it's like, anytime I see it dredged up, I'm like, dude, are we seriously still bringing up a video game problem from, like, actual months and months ago? The main problem, let's see, that is the main problem people have, is him being confidently wrong, and instead of saying, sorry, I did it, he says, sorry, you didn't like me doing that thing. Yeah, and I mean, that's fine. Again, like, you need to, like, the problem, I think, is in how I read that, is it's him going very much like the, I'm sorry you felt that way. I thought I did the correct thing in the moment. That's how I interpret that. And I think that's an accurate way of describing how most people do things and how most problems occur, is that in the exact moment, the person thought they were doing the correct thing, and they weren't, and then they fucked up, and then they screwed up some other stuff. And it leads to often cascading problems. Do I think Thor would benefit from being a little bit more thing with his apologies, like spend a bit more time on how to approach them and all that, sure, but like the problem as well is you've got like online mod mentality. Regardless of if you do things correctly or not, you are going to deal with that. I don't care about what he did wrong, I just don't like the attitude he has a lot of the time, but I'm tired of people that keep bringing it up and digging up and beating their dead horse with an act. Yeah. Like, it's that... I think I describe it best as I have nothing... I still enjoy Thor's content. I still watch his shorts, I still listen to him from time to time. I think he's a fairly veteran individual in a lot of fields that allows him to impart information that's sometimes not actually as transparent for people. But I do feel that, like, yeah, when a mistake happens, his attitude around it tends to be, borrowing words that we're making jokes at, suboptimal. And that is fine. That happens. People are like that. People are different. I have no problem with it personally, hugely, because I'm a lot like that myself. Hey, I've been told that I am cold and heartless a numerous amount of times. Because I'm super calculated on how everything I do, to the point where I even calculate if I know someone is, like, if I know someone and they have some relevancy to my life, I figure out all of the things that could potentially go wrong and what that means for me. Like, I don't know, one of the ones that got me in a lot of trouble back when with my ex was when my flatmate was going for a surgery and it had a chance of failure that could result in death, and straight up, like, they asked me what would I do, because we were trying to move, what would I do if she died? And I'm like, I have contingencies for this, and I can go through them if you want. And they told me I was a cold son of a bitch. And I'm like, you asked a question that was very clearly to try and get something out of me. And it was like, what I got most upset by looking back at that is like, I should have seen that as a very, very bad telltale sign that they just were like, everything was going poorly at that stage. The boss said that he, let's see, the old boss, because he didn't want to get shit from Thor's dad. Okay, so in contrast to that, we've also seen some of the reports of what Thor actually did, and we've seen some of the stuff. And this is where I go, again, this is rumor mill. I have not actually seen valid information about this. You know what's likely the case? I'll be honest, it's very possible he browsed Reddit a few times at work. I ain't gonna say that he didn't. I'm not gonna say that he didn't have days where he probably didn't do shit. But, like, also, I highly doubt, based on what I've seen and what he has actually accomplished and done, that he is as incompetent as people make him out to be. And that's why I just dislike a lot of these rumors. Irregardless of if they're true or not, this sounds like a rumor that was spread by someone that wasn't involved in this at all. Now, if this is true, I will happily eat my words. But that's why I just don't get involved in this fucking situation, or these situations in general, is because this is drama for the sake of drama, and I don't care. Like, if I wanted to watch drama, I'd keep watching my, like, Kitchen Nightmares or Hell's Kitchen, like, short videos that I watch from time to time. And I mainly watch those because I want to watch, like, actual professionals in the fields improving. So I hate watching some of the fucking, the more toxic ones. Said directly by said boss that had his desk right behind Thor with a view of his screen. Okay, and did we have any evidence to back this up? Is now my question to this. Do we have records or any evidence to say that this was the case? Or could this be someone that, while again, it could be the actual individual, proceeding to do other stuff? She was also his roommate? Okay, that's a bit... That sounds like so... I'm not gonna, again, try and even get into some of this stuff. Like... Okay. So let's go through this then, in order, right, Devil? I want to go through this, and I want to just kind of point out what my problem with a lot of this stuff is. Right, let's just go have a moment. So, tell me, if we use this as a point of call, right? We go through all of this. So we'll just put in quotation mark section here what has potentially gone wrong, right? Used Reddit not work. Okay. Then we've got we just go off this one for now. Fuck it. All right. Cool. Question. All right. Big question. What the fuck does this have to do with anything in the modern day? Because he got contracts external to this in governmentary sectors. He has evidence of these jobs. He has done plenty of other things at plenty of higher level stuff than Blizzard. Question, what the fuck does this matter? If this even is true, what does this change? Like, even if his work ethic is brought into question, does that actually matter? Do you see why I don't give a shit for this kind of drama? Because I have now posed a question that you cannot answer with anything other than, no, it really doesn't actually matter. It changes nothing about what's in front of us. It changes nothing about his like actual general stuff. We see what his work ethic is because he streams most of his fucking work. We see all sorts of other stuff. We have gained nothing from this rumor, regardless of if it's true or not, other than it trying to be a slight or a negative at an individual. This doesn't give context to anything new. It doesn't do anything. So why should I even be given this information? What does this do to change my opinion of him? Does this just tell me that he potentially didn't do as much work at Blizzard? He never fucking said he did it, like, everything. He never said what his day-to-day was. He just talked about some of the things he'd kind of accomplished while he was there. Most of which he did off his own fucking back. I wouldn't be surprised if a boss would sit there and go, oh, you're lazy half the time. It's like, yeah, but what about the other half of the time? Also, just as a soft reminder, Blizzard is a company that has treated its employees like absolute fucking garbage on a highly regular basis. With severe overtime, severe shit treatment, all sorts of stuff. Sexual harassment, all of that. So, how does this change anything? Especially if the follow-up to that is what you've said there, which is like, has no personal issues with outside of messy living situation. Okay, oh no, he doesn't maybe clean up at home around him, after himself sometimes. Fucking everyone has that issue. Oh, people generally liked him and he was nice to hang out with. His problem was with work and work ethic. Cool. How is that relevant? Why do we need to know that? In fact, that's something that could potentially put her in legal problem over that. Explaining what his work ethic looked like? Again, why do we care? We can see what his work ethic's like. He literally streams it. So there's no context that's given. It's literally actively done nothing other than try to do malicious action and give validity to people that want to ruin his image. If she actually cared, she wouldn't say shit. So yeah, no, this is why I don't like drama. Have I made it very clear why I don't like drama? Because it's just made to make someone else look bad, potentially make your ego slightly higher, and that is it. I gain nothing from that. I could spend hours dogging on people I know of that are actually generally scumbags of the world. And I make a damn fucking effort not to do that on stream because that is not something I want to do. I want to spread positivity because that is something that lacks on the internet. Fuck. Okay, by that argument sense, what about me? I could probably talk about how there was several times where I just sat at my fucking desk when I was working IT and didn't do jack shit, looked at the people in my team, and just passed off work from myself because I couldn't be asked doing it to them, and maybe they overworked because of that. And I'm sorry to those people, but you know, some days, that just happens. And if you think I'm kidding with that, I will openly admit there was a section of time where I played, fucking one of those stupid Facebook games. And I played that shit at work, and I would actively just send my work to other people so I didn't have to do work and did that instead. I got in a lot of trouble for that when I got found out. I got away with it for like 2 weeks, which was really bad. Don't say stuff you don't want to. But remember, I gave you a way to avoid this conversation. Don't pull that, devil. Don't pull that. You brought up a topic. I responded to that topic. Yes, you did say we don't have to talk about it. But like, I said that would bring up a separate part of the topic, and it then proceeded to rival down one other thing. Yeah, like, as Sweb said, it's like, who didn't get distracted at work 1 or 2 times? Like, it happens. But, again, I will also stress, while I am upset by this and all that, realize this isn't me saying that you shouldn't have brought this up. It's me stressing that it's really fucking stupid that this is something that's the case. And I'm not per se targeting you with this, devil. I'm targeting the grander audience of the internet with that. Where it's, this is why I dislike drama. And this is why I don't think drama should not be as prevalent as it should be, but it's because people like to feel bigger than another person that is potentially more popular, more affluent, more rich, more anything. Like, I feel bad for Thor at this point because he's in a situation where he's in so much like moral debt with the world at the moment because I've talked about this before, and I'll bring this up again, because I think this is a relevant topic. As an entrepreneur, you have two things you do, typically. You do a thing that is good, and there is a thing that is bad. What I could mean by this is sponsorship is, like, if you're a YouTuber, right? A sponsorship is inherently a bad thing, because you're pushing something onto your viewers, potentially, primarily to get money back. However, the effort normally is to do enough good things to morally equal out the bad things you do. If not, make a moral positive. It is a form of expenditure. This is what Connor has talked about before. And this is the reason why I've talked about this. Is Connor talked about the fact that that's why he does a lot of this good work, because he wants to do good work, but he also wants to be able to create enough of a good rapport with people that he can take sponsorships to earn him more money. The problem with Thor is that he kinda hasn't, like, too much at the moment, and throughout this year especially, has gone into the negative side of that debt, regardless of his actions in it. And that's the problem. And made a big gesture to apologize for some shit, people would still find a reason to dog on him. Oh no, again, regardless of any effort he makes, there is people that are going to hate on him because he is a popular individual and he's made a big splash on the internet. Regardless of what people think of him as a person, there are those that actively just want to dismantle someone. And that's the upsetting thing, is they keep gravitating towards him at the moment because of how large of a circle he has. Like, I'm going to be honest, again, this is going to get me in a lot of trouble. I more or less agree with a lot of his statements that he's made towards, like, the Stop Killing Games initiative. I disagree with some of the ways he phrased a lot of it, but I actually see where he's coming from. And that's the thing. I have my personal problems with Stop Killing Games initiative. I think it is a cool idea that needs a lot of work to consider. And I did not see that initially. I saw an effort around it as well. But the fact that, like... So one thing that fucking pissed me off that I looked up the other day, and I think we talked about it maybe on stream. So there was a chart that was given of Thor gave, indicating when he made content and the relevancy it had to the voter amounts. Then someone gave a bigger chart trying to make an argument that he actually had a grander impact than it was. The thing is, if you actually look at the chart, it was basically, it had a huge rocket up, then it started to curve off, then Thor made his videos and it just continued to curve off. And it looked like a natural curve off. It didn't look like anything had actually any relevancy to it. Again, this is the problem, is people will take parts and use them for the benefit of their argument, regardless of if they're true or not. And that is why I dislike that thing from earlier with it's just like, she may not have said it with malice. It may have been a gesture of some kind to, like, I don't see how it would be a positive gesture, but it was a gesture of some kind of good faith. The problem is, people are going to use this as an argument to go, no, all he did at work was browse Reddit. He did not do his job. He is not as great as he sounds. And that is immediately why I dislike it. Some things he misinterpreted and misrepresented some of the other things that were in it, and reacted aggressively to people asking him to make a clarification or a statement, presenting things honestly. Yes, I will agree with the second half of that, especially, but the first half, there are some parts yes, some parts no. I think he definitely, again, most of the points he made, I agree with. But I agree he could have explained a lot of the aspects better. The problem you do have to consider with it, and this is why I think it got so fucking toxic around him, is because people hounded him for it. I'm not sure anyone saying he wasn't doing his job would say that without a bill of malice. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest, there's no way that that was written without, like, an intention to basically feed the masses more negativity. But it's human to fuck up. I just don't like that he's unwilling to set things straight about things that were wrong. I mean, again, okay, so I'm gonna ask this, like, very plainly, right? So what did he misrepresent? Or what did he misrepresent? Because I want to see what the opinion is that he misrepresented. And then I'll formulate my kind of response based on that. Because I've seen certain things about what he misrepresented or misinterpreted, and it's too wide to give a good general answer, because some of them are right, some of them are wrong. Charlie made a whole ass video about this. Yeah, but Charlie was being an ass. And he basically helped fucking hate monger again, regardless of how he did that. The thumbnail, I remember that anime, but it was so long ago. That anime, I'm trying to even remember what its name is now. It's been so fucking long. No, when I say give me an example, just give me an example. I'm barely conscious and started a conversation I'm not even able to get through. Yeah, no, I understand that. Again, I want to stress the initiative was poorly set up initially. It improved as time went on, but there are still a lot of things that were wrong. There's so much that wasn't considered, and it was the attitude of a lot of the key players of it at the beginning I was personally upset by, and so was Thor. Like, one of the things that and this is quoted, was basically, oh, well, they'll, like, let anything through to, like, make people happy, sort of thing. It was something along those sorts of lines. And, like, we can just get it through. And it's like, no, if you're gonna do a foundational code, like, a law of this, you need this to be airtight. But you need it to be with enough room that government can negotiate and work within, but you need it to be an airtight argument. Because you're fighting trillions of dollars worth of their economy. At least billions. This is not something they're going to just let get affected. I'm not really in the drama. I avoid the topic most of the time, and I can't really remember the things that were said. Yeah. I put in the effort to look at this stuff, and I got very upset by both sides. But I got, like, most of the stuff that I was upset the most by was the other side. Stuff like how Charlie responded. I thought, that he was not apologetic at all for some of the stuff that he'd said as well. And it was, in a sense, equally as arrogant and assholey as Thor had been. But was not willing to acknowledge that. At all. He very rarely even gave an effort to go, hey, maybe don't send hate his way. In fact, almost enticing it at moments. Right? Now, I want to, again, going back to the actual initiative, I love the idea of it. I think the execution of it this time around was horrendous. There was a lot of things that I don't agree with what they approached with, and I don't think they actually thought a lot of these aspects through in a finer detail point. I don't like how people are acting in both corners. Yeah. And I think it's worse because it's not even the people in the corners that I think are the actual problem. I think it's the petite people between that are making the situation worse on both ends. Like the fact that, and again, I'm going to point this out. Charlie basically said, no one is saying that you're the villain or anything like that. No, people are. Have you read his comments? Before they get deleted because they've been fucking harassing? And threatening? No, you haven't done your due diligence and you'll just say, no, that's not happening. If you're gonna say something with confidence, at least put an effort in to, like, actually see if you're right. And this is why I say, both sides kept fucking up. A lot. And both sides kept being toxic. I think Charlie... No, I remember what Charlie said. And while he said, like, no one is saying that to you, like, no one, especially from our side, is saying that. And that's what pissed me off. As you're a content creator, you should understand there are fringe people that are fucking toxic as shit. And there are people that represent that initiative that have gone out and said Thor is one of the major negative influences against them. If not that, they've said that he could have been one of their strongest allies, but he chose not to through their argument of bigotry or whatever, and basically made it out that while he's not a potential villain, he is antagonistic in a grand way. Now, again, Thor did not do a great job when he basically approached it the first time, and he did apologize for part of that, which was how he basically said, I'm going to actively make it so this doesn't go through. I think that was him responding to a very early, poorly drafted up initiative that didn't actually think things through about both sides of what's going to get affected by this. Because yes, that is actually how that initiative looked initially, is it didn't correctly understand what this would actually mean for the development side of things. Now, later down the line, they made a bit more of an effort, but they still fucked up a lot with that. Now, again, it doesn't help that one of the big responses from the industry against this was made by representatives from companies that we all kind of collectively dislike already. But they are still making a very valid point of the difficulty of this sort of operation, the fact that it would require so much grander scheme work that nor the government nor the companies would probably be willing to do this. Because it would cause so much monetary loss for them, and it would jeopardize internal things. These are things that actually do not get acknowledged as effectively in this initiative. There is a lot of stuff that is kept in-house for a fucking reason. To sunset something but design it in a way to be sunset so it can be given publicly would require a substantial amount of individuals and teams to work towards it. Which means that one of two things would have to happen. It would have to be either subsidized by a governmentary position or an initiative, which would require a substantial sum, or they would need to sell this for an exorbitant amount of money to, like, justify the action. These are the only ways that that could effectively occur. That is my statement towards that. So unless their initiative that they're putting together is willing to backbone fund this, which is unlikely, because that would mean that they would have to move into being a non-government organization, an NGO, which creates a whole lot of problems there. But if they made an NGO for this, I think that would be great. And that means that they wouldn't have to go through law either for it. They would be able to accomplish this on their own. This is the thing. They're not actually taking the approach that's the most effective because it costs the most for them. Do you understand why I'm not impressed with that initiative? This is my arguments to it. Now, I can't wait for a bunch of people to be very disappointed in those responses and how dare they. I want my games from years ago or in the future to be available permanently. I'm not against that idea. I'm just being realistic on how this happens. And that's my problem, is this initiative was too much of a fairy tale. A lot of the way through. And while I don't think Thor conveyed that very well, I think that was more or less where he was getting with it, because he does come from an industry perspective on this. So instead of at the beginning, I'm confident that's what he basically was thinking, and they did not like hearing someone in that position so adamantly against it. But the thing is, if you look at the vast majority of people in the top end of that initiative, a lot of the core individuals, key players, not a lot of them are from those kind of positions. There are a lot from external. I might disagree with some things, but I don't like pressing the issue. I mean, at this point, go for it. Like, if you disagree with something I've said, don't say you don't. Like, that's why this topic's even going on still. It's like, I'm stressing my opinion on the matter, not saying it's gospel. I'm willing to talk around it. I acknowledge we have a different view, and I get how you see, and I agree with you on a lot of things. I have a pretty neutral opinion on it. I like some things, dislike some others. Again, this is why I'm trying to stress. I have nothing wrong with the grand idea of having it so games are protected and cataloged in a way that means that for future reference or generations, they have a form of access to them. But also, I will kind of iterate, there are two other approaches that exist, right? So there's either the NGO approach, or there is the approach of just make the game yourself. Oh, you really, really enjoyed that old game? Fucking make it yourself. We're in an era where you can look at a 10, 15-year-old game and you could probably make it with a small team of people, or recreate it fairly effectively. A lot of initiatives start quite abstract, and often the first iteration serves more as a send a message. Oh, no, and I agree with that. That's why I would keep stressing, it was the early stuff I really disliked because of how ambiguous it was. And as it got further along, I think I was like, okay, I see where you're trying to go with this. I still think you're going in the wrong direction with a few things, but you're making a bit of effort. How do you play Rumble Roses today? You get the PS2 out? Hell yeah. But like, that is kind of one of those things. You have two approaches to this. If you really are upset by a game being sunset and removed and you're not able to access it. But also consider that I took a shower and I'm getting ready to sleep, and you're going through a smarter conversation that would require me to focus on what the hell I was thinking and talking about this thing last week. Yeah. No, that's... That's fair, Devil. And again, like, I do not hold that against you at all. Like I always make the argument, one of the most important parts of debate is to acknowledge when the other person doesn't want to debate. And I get that. So I won't push you at anything anymore. Like, I do feel kind of bad for pushing as much as I did. There was more of a jab at games still stuck in the gen. Lots of games are stuck on PS1, PS2, Sega, EDA, and it's not fair to the newer people. Yeah. And they do make an effort to remake some things, but they don't for others, and it sucks. And I do have the agreeable fear of, like, there are some games I would love to play, and it's near impossible to play them anymore. And that's where a lot of the importance of some of this kind of discussion does actually come in, though. Is it's like, okay, so should there be stuff for this? There is stuff like this for movies. Why is there not, like, a effort to categorically take games and put a copy of it in most of its states in a place somewhere as a library? I shouldn't have brought it up in the first place, but I did. No, don't. Okay, I feel bad now. No, don't think that way, Devil. Again, don't try and make the smarter argument. I'm not smarter. I will never accept the argument of actually being called smarter than another person. Everyone thinks differently. Everyone knows different things. I have experience in different fields than you. This gives me a different perspective. That does not mean I am right. I am not at any stage here saying I am right with any of this. I want to stress, this is all opinion pieces. That's why I'm trying to phrase the best way is I've had problems with this. If you want, like, I see it going better this way or that way. These are what I'm trying to stress. But that is not to say I'm right. We have our opinions on the subject, and we will not be able to convince each other to change that opinion in a conversation like that, especially in the format we're doing now. Yeah. I mean, again, I want to also stress, a debate isn't about changing the other person's opinion. It's to go through and even refine why you might have your own opinion, right? I agree, there needs to be a way to bring old games up, but the copyright shareholders sitting on the old games, the issue. There's that, and it's also the difficulty of who owns what sometimes, because sometimes the rights to a brand will be owned by one, but the rights to a code will be owned by another, and then sometimes a company might dissolve, and then that becomes really difficult to track down these things. That, I think, is a problem. And I do agree with that sentiment that was put forward, where this is something that probably should be designed in a way to be avoided. I would love for, again, a categorical way to just preserve some of this stuff, even if it's not accessible to the general public, but a way to preserve a lot of this information and actually have someone tracking this. I think that's something that could be set up very long term as a thing that we should be doing. Basically a gaming historian position. I think that would be a great thing to see. I don't know how that would be accomplished, how that would be funded, and how that would be, like, handled in full, but I think that would be a pretty cool thing to see done. But at the end of the day, it is a very tentative problem. Like, I don't like using it as an example so extreme as this, but this kind of comes into that, situation of many of those morally grey sort of legal situations where you don't, there is no truly correct answer. It is you try and find the best solution relative to the situation, given what we have as context. One that's very commonly looked at for this stuff, and I'm going to breeze past this because I do not think these are comparable, is euthanasia. Euthanasia is a very difficult subject, and there is no agreeable point on it because it's so highly contextual and near impossible to actually make an alignment on. Now, moving past that point that I've just made, because that was, again, a very extreme example of something that is much grander of an issue and much more serious of an issue. Coming back to gaming, it becomes a difficulty of, like, how do you categorize all of this stuff? How do you access this stuff? How do you access some of the stuff as public information? Does it because it falls out of legal standing? If it's because it's falling out of legal standing, so it's basically out of copyright stands, that means that we can follow the same sort of trends that we've had in the past, and that's still a really long time you have to wait until you have the sort of some of the games fall even out of copyright space. That's a lot of games that fall out of that, like, do not fall out of that for a very long time. And keep in mind, again, remakes reset that. So it's a very tentative thing. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Hope you'll be able to finish the topic soon. Gotta sleep, so see you next time. Catch you later, devil. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this. Again, this is a topic that can span for very long periods of time and discussion point. I think we've pretty much concluded most of the core things about it. Again, I want to stress, I apologize if I came off a little abrasive during that conversation. It is mainly because I see an individual being harassed and treated quite negatively over an opinion, irregardless of if it's correct or not, and that's something I dislike. Right? Took over 90 years for Steamboat Willie to lose its copyright? Yeah. Copyright is a very difficult thing to get through. So we're not going to be seeing gaming having copyright fallout for a long, long fucking time. Age of Sigmar instead of bringing up PE software. Yeah, well, I mean, again, Thor is a subject that I tend to avoid very heavily, but, like, I think it's about time we kind of approach some of this, not talking about specifically Thor, but just talking about toxicity online. I tend to move it more to that toxicity discussion than about the Thor deck directly, but I thought that this one is, like, it's kind of just pushed over at this point. There's too much. So yeah, no, my stance is I have nothing personally wrong with Thor other than, like, I think he's really bad at voicing some of his opinions and making them very clear. And I think anyone that is even on his actual side and is not just being anti-destructive people, which I fucking hate them as well, by the way, probably agree with that sentiment. At least a good chunk of them would. It's actually what I saw as well when I was watching the Stop Killing Games Thunderdome chat, is what it was called, in Thor's server. Yes, I went and looked at that on a semi-regular basis. Initially, it was just really highly toxic, but then after some time, it actually filtered down to being a really good conversation. And a lot of people put in a good bit of effort. And that's where I got a lot of my information from, because I thank the Lord a good chunk of them would actually give references. Again, there are people willing to discuss this and are willing to actually listen to both sides, regardless of if they agree or not. And that's great. That gives me hope. The problem is, that is not the majority. The majority want to just be malicious in some way. Now, that's why I'm going to go back to that for a second. When I talk about malicious individuals, I'm not actually always meaning the people that are malicious to the target. There are also those that are malicious against those that are malicious to the target, and I fucking hate those people equally as much. They're not even normally relevant to a community. They are just so fervently against that negativity that are targeting an individual that, like, by doing so, they become that same problem, but against it. Like, against the against. And they're not allies to the individual. God, no. It just equals out being as, like, irritating and toxic in that point. It sucks. I'm so fucking tired of it. Oh, no, let's put this conversation to rest, because I don't think anyone really wants to keep hearing me rant about some of this stuff, because I think it just gets me riled up as well. And I don't think that's very fun. Again, moves away from a lot of the positive things that I try and talk about. Or, like, trying to be positive, I guess. An effort for it, at the very least. Shut up, VTuber man, and get to coding. Exactly. I mean, this has been like a, what, fucking almost hour-long rant now, I want to say. It's been a while. Wait, let me pull it up. Oh, it's only been about, oh no, it's actually been about an hour. Okay. It's like 40, 50 minutes that I've been on this topic. And I haven't done jack shit really in that time. So this is when I talk about Magic the Gathering, right? That's about right. But yeah. What is something positive to talk about? What's a cool thing to talk about? I could still see the last rays of sun when we started this topic. Yeah, it's been a little bit now. Turning the PC off, bye for real. All good. Yeah, catch you later, Devil. Have a good one. Definitely not Magic the Gathering. Actually, at the moment, I don't think I can make positive topics about Magic the Gathering. I'm not gonna get into that, but like, I'm still pissed at some of the stuff they're doing at the moment. I need to clear up some of the shit. I have a bunch of, like, old guides that I just looked at that I actively don't use. And I think it's just bad that I have these still stored here. Yeah, I have, like, Omori stuff. Because I had to look up stuff for things while I was doing that session. Power World map? I haven't fucking played Power World since it released. I should play Power World again. I want to, but again, I can't play it on stream. Hey, you had a bunch of old guys for a second. Wait, what? Oh, old guys? No, old guides. Like, guides. Walkthroughs. God damn it. And I am putting down those allegations, huh? 5 big guys. Bus. Such a fuck. Yeah, that's the first song that comes to my mind in that situation. The active brain cell took its sweet time. I understand that feeling. I more than understand that feeling. That has been me far too often at the moment. It is a rough time. A rough time. Haha, get it. Rough. Rough. Oh, yeah. Rough. Oh, God, I hate myself. Very funny. Oh! You think I can lobotomize myself? I'm doing really well. I don't think the active brain cell will get that one. Well, you don't think the active brain cell is gonna handle a lobotomy? Weak sauce. Okay, now I need to tear this down by 1. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna try and make the first item. So this was... Whoop. What was it called again? It was Anonymous... Poem? Forgotten poem. My bad. Gain increased experience and pick up range. Yeah. Alright, subtype. Item. Subtype. Aura. Struct Owner Caster. There is no cooldown to this. There is none of pretty much any of this internal dialogue here. And probably... Do I need to really make more than one function? I don't think I do. Then we're going to need a base value increase of the stuff. So let's go look at items, equipment. We're gonna look at Forgotten Poem. So Forgotten Poem was you gain 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50% more experience, and 30%, 60%, 90%, 120%, and 150% more pickup range. So the boost to experience is 10% increase each, is a plus raw 10% increase each time, and the increase to the pickup range is 30% each time. So, that being the case... Do I keep it that way? So we're gonna have this as, for now, we're just gonna keep the same values. So this will be, EXP increase, and this will be pick up increase. Except I don't know how to spell. And then cooldown is going to be -1. So, how we're going to do the value. We've got a couple of ways how I can handle this next bit. We've got the way of having a hold value, removing the hold value, re-adding the hold value. No, taking away the hold value, adding to the hold value, reapplying the hold value. That's what we've got as a very simple answer. We've also got weird calculations. I think the hold value is just better. So what we can do then is 0 XP hold pick up hold. And then what we can do is we're going to ignore the experience one for now. We're just going to do the pickup range because it will basically be a copying of this. Owner dot pickup range amplification minus equal struct dot value 4 3. Sorry, there we go. Then it would be value 3 plus equal value struct dot value 1. So we have so we have this is increasing it, and then we have owner dot pickup range amplification plus equal struct dot value 3. Okay, this is a nice simple bit of code here, very easy to explain. What this is doing is it's removing the value. Now, because we have it at base 0, it actually doesn't remove anything. Then we add in, for the first time, the base value of the pickup range increase. So this will be 30% currently. And then we add that to the amplification. Which means that when we next would level this up, this will remove 30%. It will add another 30%, turning this to 60%, and then it'll add 60% to the value. Oh, well, 0.6. Again, it's equivalent to 60% because we're dealing with decimals. That is how I handle a lot of this sort of stuff. There are some slight things I need to change with this, though. But I will handle that later. And that's primarily because I have a, I think it's this one. When adding stats to a play will ensure that it is no converting to other stats currently in place. Now we'll add to the current location. Yeah. So it's basically what you do with this is you would then actually do owner, you would put in thing here of pickup range amplification, and then you would probably put in struct construct dot value 3. It's how it's technically supposed to be done because of some of the safety nets that I want to have in place. I don't have a minusing thing yet though, which is something I have to be careful with. Because what this is doing is if we go here, you can see it's going through the owner. It's going to basically convert values base mod, which is this value here. So it's basically going to see, is there any values that get converted into another value? It'll go through, match the names, the inputs, realize whether or not it is or isn't. Otherwise, it just fucking adds it. And it converts it over if necessary, obviously with this. So if I have something that goes, oh, bonus pickup range is converted into damage, as an example. So that means you don't get pickup range when you get pickup range, you get this instead of that. It's very easy to basically do an inverse of this, because it would just basically be, if I was to, like, so this will be adding, we'll just do a subtraction one, and it's exactly the same. Except I would just turn this into a minus instead of a positive. Admittedly, I could pass through it as a negative, and that should do it correctly. So I could just still use this, I just have to remember to pass through as a negative variable instead when doing it. So, yeah, let's just do that and see. And then, that should do it. And we've now just immediately added a thing that when it's activated, it should increase our pickup range amplification. So it will take our base range and improve it by that percentage. I hope that all makes sense. I know that it could, like, potentially be a bit of a complex one. It was kind of designed to be on that complex side, admittedly. But it's a safety net that I'm going to need for a couple of things moving forward. Ugh. God, I feel very talked out now. I think I definitely went a little too ham. Let's see. There's no way that's real. US announced plans to build a nuclear reactor on the moon. They do realize that is literally the plot of, like, a villain story. Like, not even, like, jokingly, that is straight up a villain plot. The US. America. The United States is I need to look this up, because I want to look into this further. US nuke. I want to look this up. Oh no, this is, this is actually a thing! Holy shit! Wait, no, we gotta look this up. I wanna see their fucking argument as to why they're not actually supervillains. Wait, I need... Okay, US Space Agency NASA will fast-track plans to build a nuclear reactor on the moon by 2030, according to the US media. It is part of US ambitions to build a permanent base for humans to live on the lunar surface. According to Politico, isn't it super earthquakey on the moon? Isn't that quite dangerous? That's the reason why we don't have one here in New Zealand. Is like, we have a lot of tectonic problems. I'm concerned, okay. Acting head of NASA referred to the similar plans by China and Russia and said that those two countries could potentially declare a keep-out zone on the moon. Yeah, and you're not gonna do that. Why would you ever do that? Alright, but questions remain how realistic the goal and timeframe are, given recent steep NASA budget cuts, and some scientists are concerned that the plans are driven by geopolitical goals. Yeah, no, they are. Don't bother trying to say that they aren't. Nations including the US, China, Russia, India, Japan are rushing to explore the moon's surface, with some planning permanent human settlements. To properly advance this critical technology to be able to support a future lunar economy, high-power energy generated on Mars, and to strengthen our national security in space, it is imperative the agency move quickly. US Transport Secretary Sean Duff, who was appointed temporarily head of NASA by President Donald Trump, wrote to NASA according to the New York Times. I'm gonna have to look at the New York Times report on this because they're also... Mr. Duff called the proposal for commercial companies to build a reactor that could generate at least 100 kilowatts of power. Sure, alright. This is relatively small. A typical onshore wind turbine generates 2 to 3 megawatts. I know. That's why I'm like, what? Okay, that's, sure. The idea of building a nuclear reactor as a power source on the moon is not new. In 2022, they issued 5 million contracts to companies to design a reactor. And in May this year, China and Russia announced they plan to build an automated nuclear power station on the moon by 2035. Yeah, no, it's geopolitical if they're saying 2030 then. That's 100%. We're gonna do it first. Fuck you. Okay. Fuck. Many scientists agree that it would be the best, or perhaps only way to provide continuous power on the lunar surface. I don't disagree with that, I guess. 1 lunar day is equivalent to 4 weeks on Earth, made up of 2 weeks of continual sunshine and 2 weeks of darkness. That makes relying on solar very challenging. Yes, I agree with that. And you're not gonna put a fucking, like, goddamn wind turbine up there. You're gonna be struggling on that. Building even a modest lunar habitat to accommodate a small crew would demand megawatt-scale power generation. Solar arrays, batteries could not reliably make those demands, suggests Dr. Sung-Woo Lim. I did not totally read that for a moment as Sun-Woo is Jensen's. Oh my god, it's solo leveling. Senior lecturer in space applications, exploration, instrumentation on the university's right. Nuclear energy is not just desirable, it is inevitable. Can we for 5 minutes not use a very villainy term in this kind of context? Nuclear energy is not just desirable, it is inevitable. I'm sorry, what? Lionel Wilson, professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences at Lancaster University, believes it is technically possible to place the reactors on the moon by 2030 given the commitment of enough money, and he highlights that there are already designs for small reactors. It's just a matter of having enough Artemis launchers to build the infrastructure on the moon by then, he adds, referring to NASA's Artemis spaceflight program that aims to send people and equipment to the moon. There is also some questions about safety. Yeah, I would fucking say so, because there's not goddamn atmosphere there. how you protecting against fucking surface strike. Launching radioactive material, also that as well, through the Earth's atmosphere brings safety concerns. You have a special license to do that, but it is not insurmountable. Says Dr. Simon Barber, planetary scientist specialist in the Open University. Mr. Duff's directive came as a surprise following recent turmoil at NASA after Mr. Trump's administration announced cuts of 24% of its budget in 2026. Oh, fuck them, I guess. That includes cuts to a significant number of science programs, such as the Mars Sample Return, that aims to return samples from the planet's surface to Earth. Really? That's their concern? Yeah, it's totally not the fact that, like, if you're transporting nuclear material and it, like, I don't know, fucking blows up in the atmosphere, you just destroy the planet. Don't worry about that part. That's fine. Holy shit. Scientists are also concerned that this announcement is politically motivated move in the new international race to the moon. No. What? The moon race political? Never. Oh my god, this just keeps getting fucking wilder as I read this. I love this. It seems that we're going back to the old first space race days of competition, which from a scientific perspective is a little disappointing and concerning, says Dr. Barber. Competition can create innovation, but if there's a narrower focus on national interests and on establishing ownership, then you can lose sight of the bigger picture, which is exploring the solar system and beyond, he adds. Mr. Duff's comments about the potential of China and Russia to potentially declare a keep-out zone on the moon appear to be referring to an agreement called the Artemis Accords. In 2020, 7 nations signed the agreement to establish principles on how countries should cooperate on the moon's surface. The accords include so-called safety zones to be established around operations and assets that countries build on the moon. Okay, that actually makes sense, yeah. If you build a nuclear reactor or any kind of base on the moon, you can then start claiming that you have a safety zone around it because you have equipment there. Oh, I see what they're trying to argue. Yeah. That's kind of foul. I'll agree with that. To some people, this is tantamount to, we own this bit of the moon, we're going to operate here, and you can't come in. He explains. Dr. Barber points out that there are hurdles to overcome before placing a nuclear reactor on the moon for humans to use. NASA's Artemis 3 aims to send humans to the lunar surface in 2027, but it has faced a series of setbacks and uncertainty around funding, especially knowing it got cut 24%. If you've got nuclear power for a base, but you've got no way of getting people and equipment there, there's not much use, he adds. The plans don't appear very joined up at the moment, he says. That's fucking wild. I love everything I'm just seeing here. That's actually incredible. So, we're having another space race to put a nuclear reactor on the fucking moon. Let's go. You can make this into a post-apocalyptic sci-fi game without the need of changing a single No, you could literally, I'm not even joking, you could take that news report and put it in a post-apocalyptic sci-fi game, and it would make sense. That could literally be one of those, like, you're walking around and you see, like, a blinking, like, piece of paper on the ground, you pick it up and you read that. That is 100% something I could read. That is wild. And I don't know if I should be scared or excited. I'm kind of both. That's wild. That's actually wild. How do you... How does this occur? How do we as a human race respond to this? Like, I'm actually at a loss for words, by the way, with, like, that situation. Because, like, I can't disagree with the fucking scientist that's like, hey, by the way, this is, like, super potentially politically motivated. That's kind of fucked. And it's like, yeah, it is. I ain't even gonna be, like, on a topic of disagreeing with you on that one, Chief. That's 100% what I can see going on there. That's actually insane. That's actually, I'm honestly, I'm fucking struggling with this. I'm actually, like, kind of, mind boggled. I honestly wouldn't give a shit. I mean, it's not gonna change it. I can't do fucking shit about it. Nothing changes for me personally, but it's just like, it's one of those things that I'm like, I'm a passenger in this situation at best. I'm just here looking at this and going, that's a thing that the governments are doing, and I have nothing to do with this. Please just don't blow up our planet. Or the moon. Those are two very important things. God, I fucking imagine if they actually fuck that up and you see a goddamn nuclear explosion on the moon. Holy shit, that would be a wild experience. Because, like, keep in mind, right, so there's so many considerations, and I'm not a fucking astrophysicist or, like, a scientist in these fields, so I'm gonna probably be speaking out my ass for half of this, but isn't there, like, greater access to radiative, things, external, in that kind of atmosphere? Because it's like less protection, so there's a lot more radiation getting involved, there's a lot more external factors. Again, we're not even taking into consideration the fact that, like, the atmosphere is thinner, so therefore there is a greater amount of impacts that can just hit shit for free. That's like, there's so much going on there. What do you mean, don't blow up the moon? What's gonna be the plot of the post-apocalyptic game if they don't? Could they not do that in real life, though? Just a personal request? I know, it's a wild request, but, like, personally, I would really love it if we didn't fuck up the moon. How dare I? I know. That's so fucking wild. I'm actually, like, genuinely left at, like, a standstill on this one, by the way. Like, I'm actually, like, trying to, like, process this. And find a way to not be like, that's insane. That's actually so funny and so fucked up. I cannot wait for this to just go wrong somehow. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, there's no way NASA can accomplish this unless, like, funding changes. If you're gonna cut them by 24% and then ask them to put a nuclear reactor on the fucking moon, you're asking for problems. Right? Like, I don't disagree with the sentiment of what they're doing there. It is very easy to abuse it, though. Again, like, they're not wrong. Where, like, you basically, you you put something down, you set a section, this is our safe zone, and then you keep expanding it as far as you can by spreading out your nuclear reactors or your, posts and stuff like that. And it means eventually you cover, like, half the moon. And no one can do jack shit to you on that half of the moon. And then you can become Dr. Evil on the moon. You know, that's the second movie? I'm pretty sure that's the second movie, isn't it? Because the first movie's the volcano, the second movie's the moon base, and the third movie's the submarine, right? Of Austin Powers? Pretty sure that's the case. That's something to really, like, ponder, though. Should you be scared that they're doing this? Again, it's one of those things, I don't have shit that I can do in this situation. I just gotta be along for the ride. I mean, we'll find out whether or not this will even work in about 2 years' time, right? That'll be a very obvious, like, checkpoint. Did I not add that correctly? Oh, yeah. There's only one character that does have an item. I can't remember. Does doing this work? If this allows me to have an error at this next spot, then I'm happy. Because this means I can cheese this a bit. Because I can't remember if it reads the whole if statement at once. It doesn't! It's conditional. Cool. Perfect. Admittedly, this is one of those things that, like... No, I actually do have to probably set this code up. Because there are going to be characters that potentially don't have, like, an item or a weapon inherently. Or there might be a challenge or something like that it does that. Okay, we don't have a way of switching to Mume yet. Let's go fix that. And set up a way to switch to Mume. Oh, God, this is lagging something fierce. Holy shit. Program? There we go. So let's change this to switching to 2. So, debug 2 switches to Mume instead of Matara now. Curious. I'll let this finish launching and then I'll deal with that. Curiouser and curiouser. Args is not valid. Why is Args not valid? What is... How do I pull the arguments out for a weapon being triggered? Oh no, they pass it through themselves, right? Normally? So how do I trigger that? Do I have to just write that manually? Probably, then. Okay, so array inserts, this goes function 0, and then, yeah, so it's the object itself, so the weapon itself, the caster, and the owner. Or the owner and then the caster. So in this case, it's both. So here it is, instead of this, it would be this. Self. Once it catches up. Yeah. That should be how that needs to be done. Because I don't have an arguments thing. Yeah. Okay, okay. Dude, I can't believe we're gonna see the Fallout game in IRL. When the moon gets fucking nuked. It's not set before reading. What? Is that not it? Oh. Piece of shit. Alright. That was a bit toxic. Alright, never mind. Moving on. Exactly. I don't know enough about the science involved to understand the consequences of building a nuclear plant on the moon, but I have to admit that if you want a source of energy, it makes it... Oh yeah, no, like, again, it's... We're shitting on it because it's funny as fuck, but it's really stupid. There we go. It's Mume! It's tiny as shit, but it's Mume. No, it's, again, it's one of those ones where I can't say they're wrong. I can just say it's stupid. Send that right after you read the article? Oh god, that only just turned up. Yeah, and it even is timestamped on my end to being, like, only just turning up. That's wild. Fucking YouTube just didn't want to send it, I guess. But, like, the short answer is that, like, the consequences are, if something goes wrong, we fuck the planet up. Right? Like, that's the serious point for it. Whereas, like, Is it the safest option? It's probably one of the safer options. It's also 100% the most reliable to do it. They had to double check what they were talking about, yeah. Alright, there we go. It's a difficult one though. Like it's just straight up like again, I'm not educated enough in this field. I'm just curious about like the concerns that are I would consider quite valid, which are like what happens when something goes wrong. Like I'm sure they got the right kind of people looking at this sort of stuff and all that, but you have to understand that, again, it is very, like, post-apocalyptic, this is how it happened, yeah, like, energy this is. You have to be so fucking careful that that's my immediate gut reaction. Because, like, that's just inherently dangerous. That turns up the way I wanted to. If I switch back, yep, that purges correctly. Cool. I don't know. I really do not know how I feel about that situation because it just feels so scary and so dangerous. Like, I don't think there is a way to make me not spooked as shit when it comes to something like that. That's just it. So here's hoping they don't blow up the moon. That'd be nice. I kind of like the moon. What the fuck is that? Alright, What the fuck am I looking at there? Alright, I need to stop looking at Twitter. Alright. I'd hear to say if this is not the right moment for this stuff, but that's not really a valid argument. Yeah. Again, it's just, I literally, all I can think of is please let professionals and the right kind of individuals get involved in this sort of project and not anything rushed in any way that could result in catastrophic damage. Like, I don't want to see the loss of human life. I don't want to see the loss of the fucking moon. I don't want to see the planet getting put into a permanent nuclear fucking winter. I don't want any of that. I would really like for us to all be happy and safe. That's what I want. I can't handle the fact that they actually... Like, again, it's one of those things as well that, like, it's probably not as fucked up as it sounds with a lot of things about it. Like, we are definitely blowing it out of proportion because haha funny a little bit. But also, like, this does sound like a plot from a villain movie. Like, a super villain movie. Lex Luthor has built a nuclear reactor on the moon. You can't come here, Superman. It's outside of your jurisdiction. That's where you're wrong, Lex. I'll go anywhere to protect the people of Earth. That's where my jurisdiction ends. You can't stop me now, fucking Superman. I have a nuke aimed at the Earth. That's where you're wrong, Lex. It's also got kryptonite. Ah! Like, it writes itself. Man, I can't wait to tell my grandkids, like, do you know the the moon used to be like one sphere and not fractured as shit? And they're like, nah. It's like, yeah, no, it just used to be our thing. Oh yeah, nuclear is not an option, it's inevitable, yeah. It's inevitable. Dude, honestly, the moment I see the words, it's inevitable, fucked me up. Like, seriously, where is it? Yeah, nuclear energy is not just desirable, it's inevitable. Like, I'm sorry, you can't say that like that. There is no way you can say that without actually making this sound more like a villain story than it already was. Nuclear energy is not just desirable, it is inevitable. And he snaps his fingers and it's just everyone just shivers in the room for a moment. Wait till you see Coca-Cola ads on it. Oh, Jesus Christ. No! You're not even wrong! I hate that. I really do. That's actually so foul. Christ. That's actually so foul. It's like, what's worse? Nuclear bombs or fucking Coca-Cola or McDonald's, like, ads on the moon? Either way, they're inevitable. That's... Also, wasn't, Ads in his dream? Oh yeah, the fucking... Yes. No, the Futurama thing. I remember that one. I just, oh my god. There's so much to pull apart from this that it's just none of it feels good. Like, you know what that's gonna happen? We're gonna look up and this is what we're gonna see. Like that's what the moon's gonna look like if things go wrong, at best. That's actually wild. That's actually so wild. No, you know what I need to do? I need to fucking, give me a second. I need to send this to someone. Weirdly, just be like, whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. I did an oopsie-whoopsie. A little fucky-wucky. I'll also just toss this in, like, the Discord as well, so people that weren't here can see this. Just actual imagine the fucking... But, you know, wasn't, SpaceX supposed to be getting, like, a lot more of the attention now instead of NASA? Because, like, Donald Trump and, Musk are, like, bedfellows. Oh no, they did have a falling out. Maybe that's part of it. I don't fucking follow that shit. I don't follow, like, teenage drama stories anymore. That shit pisses me off. This, again, reminder, I don't talk about people I dislike as much, just because it just becomes a politics argument, and nobody likes that. Well, guess we've got to deal with that at some point. That's actually so fucking wild. It is inevitable. We are going to nuke the moon! Wait a minute. My god. I'm fervent. You cannot convince me that doesn't sound like a plot, though, for a villain story. Like, just some fucking dumb thing. I love that. Which are not anime boys and girls, or some insane escapism, and god, we'd have to at this point doing so. Yeah, exactly. Like, that is so wild. To just go, yeah, in 5 years' time, we're putting fucking nuclear reactors on there. The fuck are you guys talking about here? Don't you know, Devil? Within the next 5 years, the US wants to put nuclear reactors on the fucking moon. And you know what's even better, Devil? You know what's even better? In that fucking article, one of the fucking guys just says straight up, nuclear energy is not just desirable. It is inevitable. That's so fucked. You, like, this is not a joke, Devil. This is actually a thing. That NASA is trying to send people to live on the moon and send nuclear reactors up there with them to power it. And the worst part is, none of the, like, I'm sure there's professionals involved, but, like, not many people are talking about the fucking cataclysmic background problems with this, other than just like, oh, there's some safety questions. Then a lot of them are going like, oh, it's probably also politically motivated. It's like, no, you fucking shit! The fucking Thanos sounding ass side. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, you can't, no. I don't give a shit who you are. It doesn't help that this is the Dr. Sungwoo Lim, which I first read this as Sung Jin Woo. It's literally solo leveling Sung Jin Woo. Fucking dead ass. Nuclear energy is desirable. It is inevitable. Fucking dead ass. Is the Shadow Monarch? Oh god. But like, it is straight up one of the dudes. It's just like, this might be politically motivated because China and Russia are also trying to do it. And like, there's the keep out zone argument. And I'm like, dude, you thought this was ever not politically motivated? I'm sorry. It's like, we're doing another space race, but with nukes. Let's go! Oh, man. And we were just giggling the most about this because this is straight up this article you could see in a fucking post-apocalyptic sci-fi game, and it would not be out of place. Like, this article, one for one, you could see. It's like, the president is even agreeing with this, but they were cutting budget. Like, they literally... They're, like, cutting budgets of NASA at the same time. It's like, we're cutting the budgets, but you need to put nukes on the moon. I'm turning my phone off. That's fair. Trying to have a good rest interval thinking about nuclear reactors on the moon. That's actually foul. That is actually so foul of a fucking thing. I hate how funny it is, but how fucked up it is. It's too damn funny. Oh my god, that's actually so wild. I honestly, I don't know how to respond. I'm having to sleep after that one. Yeah. What do you mean? How can you not sleep soundly thinking about, as I said earlier, wait, let me pull up the image again. The fucking... How can you not sleep soundly thinking about how this is gonna be what the moon looks like? Can't wait to tell your grandkids they look up at it's like looking up at the, do you know the moon used to be one whole thing? Grandpa, we need to get you to bed. No, I swear! Glad the assassination classroom image, wait. Wait, what? Oh my god! Permanently crescent moons. Holy shit. Yeah, basically. That's actually, it's so fucking funny, but it's so fucked up. Made a hole in the moon before episode 1. I really need to fucking go watch that series, man. I really do. I know I'm gonna fucking enjoy it. I should just sit down and watch it at this point. I might do it tonight, honestly. Fuck it. After stream, after I've had lunch, set up, I'm gonna go start watching Assassination Classroom. You're gonna have me start fucking Final Fantasy tomorrow and going, hey yo, you know, I finally got around to watching some of it, and I finished the series in a night. I'm actually, oh my god, I'm so fucked up from the fact that it's just, that is actually a villain story. Of like, we're gonna put a nuclear reactor on the moon. You cannot fucking say that shit. Gonna be able to talk about it tomorrow. Hell yeah. No, I just... It is such... Like, I saw it. I was literally scrolling Twitter quickly. I saw it, and I saw an image of Dr. Robotnik next to it. And I'm like, there's no fucking way this is real. And then I had to look that shit up. And I'm like, this is real. What the fuck happened? Why is this real? That is the wildest thing to see just randomly scrolling Twitter. By the way, the US is putting in nukes on the moon. There's so much that's wrong with that idea. But I'm like, I'm not smart enough to tell you you're wrong. I'm just smart enough to know there's a lot that could go wrong, and I'm spooked as shit. And I think I'm fully entitled to being scared completely shitless by that. But it's so fucking funny. Ah! I actually don't know how to respond to it. I really don't. I really actually just don't know how to handle that idea. It's so funny. It's so funny. So fucked up, and it's so funny. Oh god. Alright. I just... Dude, it's just reminding me as well of that one meme thing that me and Snakers have talked about, which is the guy that wants to blow up the fucking sun. And he finds a way to make it happen and actually be, like, wholly beneficial to the world. And I fucking love that. It's like, you know what, fuck it, let's get rid of the moon at the same time. Just fucking nuke that moon. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think I'm laughing as a form of coping as well now at this point. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. I'm almost lightheaded at this point from how much I'm like just laughing at this. I think, you know what? I think we're gonna finish up here, and that means all of you that have to go to bed after this are just gonna lie in fucking bed, looking up at your ceiling and thinking about how the fucking there is a nuclear reactor that's gonna be above you. Oh, that's actually so fucked. It's so funny. Oh, I do not know how to handle that. Oh my god, that's, yep. Alright. Yeah. Did not get anywhere near as much work done today because we talked about fucking drama and nukes on the moon. I think that has been more than constructive. I need to get the rest of this finished, but we got most of the core stuff that we needed done today. I'm happy with that. But then I gotta go and watch Assassination Classroom after this. Alright. With that being the case, thank you so so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.